Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome on into the Dragon Den. My name's Digital Dragon for today. So, as you may have known, if you follow along with recently finished up on the Rook 20 Mark II, is not on the workbench anymore. Located morning. Running out of room back here. Printers downstairs next to brother the Mark I, and working on it, so doing some things on it. Welcome on in, free. Doing what? Are you in there lurking around in the So today, as you know, on Saturdays, we switch over to a different build and a larger build normally. And today that is going to be email. Those of you that have not been here recently, we have completed deck, or at least the base structure for the deck. We'll be adding our electronics underneath here today. But set that down, and we'll come over here and grab this behemoth. Never really remember grab this thing at. Once we get everything down on the base, we will be installing this, say, for reals on here. Change. And this is what we'll be looking at. Our Milo mini mill. We'll have our 0.2 kilowatt 110 volt spindle that'll be mounted in here. No sense in adding yet another 20 plus pounds to the sucker. But we do have really nice movement in the deck. Using our hand skills freely. Include our Z-axis moves up and down. I have decided I'm going to reprint the, so I did this in a 2-color print, and it doesn't pop as much as I would like it to. So I'm going to actually print the insert that I can glue the insert on here, and I think that'll make it pop a little more. But once again, all the colors that you see here, blue is Phaetus, ABS carbon fiber blue, or ASA carbon fiber blue, and Phaetus ABS carbon fiber black. So, sorry, that's glass filled. They're both glass filled. But yes, this is ASA glass filled is blue, and ABS glass filled. Good morning, Mr. Wizix. How are you doing today? We'll need a small shop scrape. Exactly. She is a bit of a beast. And after today, we're going to get closer to having this as all one assembly. Because today, we're going to be working on installing the RepRapFirmware and MillenniumOS operational on our Milo Fly CD, CDY board, and then we'll start doing the electronics in the deck panel. Once we're done with that, we'll assemble these together and do the rest of the wiring on everything. So, oh yeah, and there is no ballast or anything in the Z-axis just yet. I still haven't decided whether I'm just going to pack it with lead weight, or if I'm going to come in and do any granite, epoxy granite. Just haven't decided yet. set this down over here for the time being. We will be grabbing it in just a few minutes. And for those of you with a keen eye, you may see something over here. Fortunately, it's got more stuff shoved back in it because I cleared out the corner to put it there and then shoved a bunch of stuff back inside of it. But this is the rolling frame for Black Box, called the Black Stack. It is going to be a rolling frame. I'm trying to make sure with Chris that it's okay for me to post pictures of it. It will have panels for it. I need to see if Chris can cut those and send them to me because they're going to be made out of ACM, and I believe it's going to add a little bit more rigidity. There is another module that sits on top of it that will allow for 2 drawers. Still designing that. So I didn't build that at this point. I didn't even build the frame of it yet. The Black Stack will go right on top. Black Box will come upstairs and go right on top of that. I think I am going to put some type of platform across the top, just add some structure to it and distribute the load more than just the 4 corners. But yeah, that's there. It's on casters and everything. So, but today our focus is going to be starting with our Fly CDY V3 board. It's going to be the brains of this particular machine. I did go ahead and get it mounted. The instructions were telling us to mount this using M2 hardware, and I can't stand M2 hardware. I was trying to mount it, and I stripped 3 bolt heads, and I was like, that's it, I'm done. I checked M3s go through here with no problem. So I drilled out the holes to 2.5 millimeters and then just threaded in, cut threads, running in 4 screws. So that's done. So that's good. Steppers on this are going to be 2209s. Yeah, they're going to be 2209s, I believe, but don't worry. If we need more performance, I've got a thing or two I can put in there. Actual Duet Mini 5. So with that said, switch over to the browser window and most likely setting here. All right. So down in the bottom right, you see that we've got our instructions again. And we're going to go through and follow the Millennium Mills instructions on doing the software install. Then when we get into the electronics, there's a separate guide for the LDO electronics that will go a little bit better. So for 6. Make steel base plates and yeah, so Free Heathen, the design of that base plate. So right now we've got CPU feet installed here, and that's to, give it some stability and reduce transmitting vibrations into whatever substrate it's sitting on, right? There is an enclosure for called CASA. I've got the material downstairs to cut the frame for CASA. It's going to use 2020 and 4020 extrusion or 20 extrusion. And funny enough, it'll take the electronics from underneath this deck panel into an upper side panel. and I'll pull that up. So CASA have okay. So I don't have an actual picture of CASA. I'll pull up a picture of CASA. But CASA is going to be an enclosure, has two doors that'll open up so that you can access the machine, and it rehomes your electronics to, um, like, say this is your machine, the electronics would be like here on a panel out of the way and raised up from, and then at that point, this you would remove the feet, and this would be rigid mounted to your work surface. So then you gain the mass of whatever bench top that you down to, rather than it's not just the mass of the machine, mass of the at that point. Yeah, CASA is going to be it is going to be built for this because I think running the Shapeoko cutting wood is not enough. Running a mill cutting aluminum or steel, yeah, my neighbors would kill me, my wife would kill me. Yeah, and away from the scrap and for the away from the little flying bits flying around. So on our instructions, we're going to go ahead and set up our software. And the reason we're going to set up the software on this before we do any install is this gets mounted against the side rail. As soon as you do that, getting to your SD card and your USB slot gets pretty problematic. So we want to go ahead and do that on the bench to make sure that our OS is done and that we. So we're going to prepare our SD card, which I have already done. So I've got my little SD card reader in here with a 32 gig SD card, formatted it in NTFS 32 this morning, not NTFS, FAT32 this morning. It is a class 10 32 gig SanDisk card. So, and by the way, good morning, Tugboat. How are you doing? Doing well. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to download the RepRapFirmware and potentially MillenniumOS, which is operation. So there was a link out there. You would click this link for the RRF configs right here, and open it up in a new window. And this is the latest stable release of. This is the latest stable release, which is version 03.2. And it will contain both the RepRapFirmware base configs and Millennium OS, which is kind of like a plugin or add-on top of it. It's going to add some macros and working on your Rook and printing Stealth Press 0. Very nice. Talking about upgrading Milo 1.5, and now down here in this section, you're going to get information on the different releases. So there's the LDO kit with Fly CDY v3. That's the release we're going to use. Going to have your basic RepRapFirmware, Duet Wi-Fi server with Duet Web Control, the base configuration for this mill on this board, and optionally MillenniumOS. There we can call it or. Then there's a reference using the to be a self-sort bomb build. Then there's a reference for an SKR3ED running 5160. Run those up to 48 volts. So you can run them a little bit harder. And this mill does have 20, our NEMA 23 stepper motors, so they're bigger than the standard stepper motors that we're with on our 3D printers. So the ability to pop this up to a 48 volt might not be bad. I am going to be cutting a lot of metal on this. Might not be a bad upgrade to do. And then we've got our releases. So we downloaded, I say we, right before the stream, I downloaded the RepRapFirmware Milo v1.5 LDO kit, Fly CDY v3 LDO kit using the Milo Fly board, stable release with MillenniumOS. This was last month, yesterday. Latest and greatest. Got that down. If you have a kit that does not conform to any of the known specs, please open an issue. Release with OS in the file contains the latest compatible release. I'm going to extract the configuration. Once you have the release downloaded, you'll need to extract it to the root of your formatted SD card. Make sure that if it, whatever tool we use doesn't double create the structure. So at the end of it, we need to make sure that we got same folder structure double net. So what we're going to do, come over to our, we're going to come over here and we're going to look in our downloads. It just downloads. Double click that. Back where I double click. I'm going right click, extract all, and show extracted files when complete. Now, what we need to do is take this entire folder structure and drop it into our SD. I have named. Right click here, do a Control A, highlight everything. I'm going to drag and drop it over. So we're going to just verify that our folder matches here. We have a www, a firmware, this macro. So we have a www, firmware, macros, this folder. Make sure that have things in them. Codes, macros. This has, these are the basic files for RepRapFirmware, similar to files that you would have in a flipper or config your main. So looks like everything is there and on the base of our SD card. Include that firmware.bin file. And we have a ad break starting in seconds. So we're going to start looking at the board specific setups where we're going to need to get out our package of jumpers. And we'll wait until the ad break is complete, go through and start showing everything. Buy intent. MOSFET, for and a bunch of different jumper types. Goes out on the table here. have an ad break that's going to start now for not subscribe to the channel. Okay. So critical thing here is making sure, and our board came this way from by default, that we've got these two blue we need to make sure that we have these blue whatchamacallit, jumpers right here. Nothing fried that I'm aware of from Thursday's power outage. Like I said, I do have one of my APC ups downstairs that the Ender 5 Plus 0G Mercury 1 build was plugged into. Those batteries are completely shot. Something fried in there. I need to go and file a claim with APC that replaced. Beyond that, nothing fried, and that fried from a previous. Yeah, nothing fried this go. Folks, I am going to sit down for this part. So some boards require the jumpers to be set to board or Wi-Fi update. You should check if this board. For example, if you're using this, both of these jumpers right have to be in place right next to Wi-Fi chip. Order for onboard Wi-Fi. That's going to be critical because there is no Ethernet plug-in here. Need to make sure that our Wi-Fi does update because the only way we're going to. Okay. Initial setup. At this point, we can eject the SD card from our computer, insert it into our main board. Properly eject our card. We're going to pull it from our reader. And once it in, a SanDisk 32 gig. And it is a 32 gig extreme. Now I want to say this might have been the actual one that came in my Duet board. So we're going to plug this into our SD card reader. One of the SD card reader here is one of the spring-loaded, like push-loaded ones. We got that installed, and it says power your board either via USB or via PSU 8. Our first startup, we're on the bench top, so we're going to plug it in via USB, and it comes with the USB A to C adapter. Plug the USB-C in, and plug it into our USB cable to power. You have a light. My 1, 2, 3 blocks is set here, and bring you guys down here a little bit. The got word. Power on the board via USB. Board will install the new version of RepRapFirmware automatically. Wi-Fi mod. And start a Wi-Fi access Milo. Password for the Millennium. Installing RepRapFirmware, updating the Wi-Fi mod starting a Wi-Fi access, powering the board on for the time with installed. Leave the board for 5 to 10. Milo access point. Here's the station complete. As you see, we get our blue light over here. And we may actually have an issue because it's going to try and set up its access Wi-Fi antenna. So it may be very, very short. Hey, good morning, Evil Diesel. How's it going? It's a day, all right. True. Your audio is going in and out. Okay. I am still chasing this, guys. That it is something to deal with the upgrade to Windows 11, and I'm still trying to chase. Of course, I did an upgrade to 11 and an update to OBS. So I don't know if that's a major issue, if flipping or what it is. Go ahead, drop my and see if that helps a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break out my phone and I'm going to go into settings, the Wi-Fi, see if I find Milo. Do see Milo. Means my wireless access up and running. So we're going to join the Milo access point off of course the password Millennium Machine. There we go. Connected. Big security. That. Go into a browser. Once again, I am doing this on my folks because if I join it with my stream system, we go down. Take the stream down because I basically just jumped on to a different. Here we get you a mic. You have one. Okay, Evil D. Um, what are we going to do? Going to connect to. This is critical here. By default, your browser is going to default to an HTTPS your connection. That won't work. So type in colon / 192.168.40.1. You've got to tell it to connect to the HTTP standard. Otherwise, it's going to try and go to the secure mode. And there it is. It's talking. Okay. The flashing light is the indication. And we came up with the MillenniumOS configuration. Okay. Like I said, I'd really love to show this on the system, but I'd have to have a second system. Once connected, you see a screen similar to this with the initial just control your new. Right? And it is there. It's behind this welcome message, configuration wizard. Going straight into a, I want to only want to configure my Wi-Fi. So once I configure the Wi-Fi network on my network, then I can bring it up and we can run through everything else. Out of that wizard. Go into the console, right? Go into a console window, and I'm going to run the command that's called out here, which is an 5.8. I'm not going to show you this because I'm going to have to put in my Wi-Fi information directly into 587 space capital S marks Wi-Fi SSID. Capital space capital P, quotation marks, and then your Wi-Fi password. Quotation marks, hit send. All right, it's not working. 587 space S, in quotation marks, your Wi-Fi SS, in quotation marks, space P, quotation marks, your Wi-Fi password. Oh my God. Feeling like death warmed over in the microwave. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Tech Jeeper, good day. Um, oh, So I put in the right information. Doesn't like it. So I wonder, um, something real fast. So the dictionary. 5/8. I'm wondering if I have characters. So it is quotation marks, being closed in double quotation. Okay, this, I think this is going to be my, sorry guys, trying to read. Hey, Built Over Bot, welcome on in. Welcome to the party. Makes you wonder, does using canola oil as fuel cause those with good? Um, yeah, free canola oil or any type of oil, because a lot of people will run waste oil, burn waste oil. That could be like things from fryers at restaurants, and a lot of people are frying in that oil. Is why we can't go and eat at places like Five Guys or um Five Guys, um Chick-fil-A and places like that because they fry in peanut oil. Got a nut allergy. Here's the thing, the use of special characters and the SSI not be guaranteed to work. In general, it's best to avoid most special characters cases. Is likely okay, but special characters on number key likely at the pound. Having troubles adding your SSI modified version. because I am using a dash. Now I'm confused because, yeah, the dash should be fine. That's what I'm thinking, because I'm trying to put this on the network, and the black box uses Duet hardware. And I had to do the same thing, M587, and it's on my network. I don't understand why it would work on my Duet 368, not that would be on a Pi, still going. But yeah, um, M587 S quotation marks. Base key for password, quotation marks. Yeah, it's having an issue at column 7. Is a dash ISS. Um, yeah, um I've got a SSID, which is 2.4, SSID underscore 5G, and SSD underscore 5G underscore 2, because I have two 5G chips. So, and that's the thing, is I've got 3 different SSIDs, and the one I'm putting in is the one that is just the 2.4. Should not be trying to auto connect up. Um, and I can't change the SSID without bouncing the router, which of course would kick us offline. And I just wonder if it's because I used the hyphen and not an underscore in my name. Oh yeah, the password's complex. There's special characters in the password. And the only thing I'm seeing is Nope, no double or single quotes in the password. It's just special characters, primarily the at symbol. Yeah, and that's the one that I'm using primarily my password. Now the question is, nice, keep that? Because once again, black box is on the network using the same exact password. Don't get why black box and Duet Pi running the Duet Web Control get there, but this wouldn't. And I think it keeps failing at the at on the SSID at the hyphen versus anything else. Um, 3 different firmware or Wi-Fi models. True too. Um, 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 Hotspot. trying to check and make phone that prompting me up. So what I'm going to do so that I don't mess with the stream is I'm going to try and connect from my laptop, see if I that won't impact this. Bear with me one. Something it could, like I said, it could just be something in the security settings on my computer, my laptop. That so getting the Duet Web Control at the top, the in the browser bar, not actually coming up. I guess this is where I need a yeah, I'm using a Netgear Nighthawk as well. And the thing with the so right now the thing is we're trying to use the access point on this board. So I'm connected to this board versus being connected to anything else. So we're actually connected to board here, the access point on the board. Um, and it's not, site's not, that's where I'm saying, not sure. Force redirect over to an HTTPS connection. Even though I'm putting in HTTPS. So if we are trying to get to that Millennium Machine lowercase, you crap that you can't. Sorry guys, still trying to get the laptop back to Milo wireless. Connection failed. Freaking, because I was connected to Milo on my phone, right? So I'm trying to share that network over and it won't do it. So I don't know. I don't know why my phone would let me connect and my Mac won't. Breakout wire shark. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Good gracious. So what I am going to do though is do a power cycle. Okay, there we go. Whatever reason um yeah, it just really wasn't liking things. So doing a power reset worked. Hey Ash Prince, good morning. The build's going no, the build's going well. This, believe it or not, has been pretty common and standard with everybody I've seen build this. Is this is a time when things start going a little wonky with software build. So right now we just have the Duet Wi-Fi software in here. You can see we've got our wireless active and we're logged in under an access. So yeah, we're at the part. Exactly. So now what we have to do is get this from its own access point onto our network. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Don't know why. I think it was being stupid because now I just put it on the network and it went first try. So doing it from my phone, it failed 3 times. Wound up having to power cycle it. Now connected to it from my laptop and boom, it took the M587 command to set the network. Did get a clean high. You must now instruct RepRapFirmware to connect to a Wi-Fi client other starting its own access. Package and network G example configures RepRapFirmware as a Wi-Fi client and can be used to set any user-specific settings, not be overwritten when updating. Okay, so basically there's a network.g.example file that we need to modify under system. click on there and follow the query. Okay, so good. All we need to do is basically rename it. Take out the .example. Go reboot. Entering it. Boot there. See if there's anything. Milo 34. Hey, the shrimp father, good morning. We're in. All right. Deal. So we are back in. And that's good. So yeah, good morning, Ash Prince. Welcome on in. Officially out of space and running into danger with Evil's wife that's encroaching on her sewing area. Sorry, Evil Diesel. We are in. And hey, Diesel, two things. One, I'm going to switch the funeral. I have a print for you. Yes, this is the backside. I have a print for you that you wanted me to print. And also, we have Black Stack back here. Got a bunch of other crap stuck on it right now. But there's a place to put Black Box right here now on a rolling cart. So Link will show you my body. Exactly. That's the good thing with Link is he'll find your body or my body, no problem. So they take us out, they're going to have to do a lot to square us away. Otherwise, Link will find us. Okay. So now that we're in, we have the MillenniumOS configuration wizard coming up. Back over here to our this one. And basically what it did, let me bring that file up. I'm going to cancel out of the wizard. And in the system folder, there's a lot in here because there's a lot of G code coming to identify that down to network, default, and network.g.example. We look at this file. This first command basically overwrites that default, that network.g default, and says enable the Wi-Fi adapter in mode and turn on HTTP, turn off FTP. Oh, I get that, Evil D. My point about telling you about Blackstack is I'm going to need help moving Blackbox. Um, that's all we did. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Up on. All right, sounds good. Maybe we can do it tomorrow after breakfast. You'll need to configure additional network-specific settings in the file. Go look at the documentation. So if we want to define a address, set a static IP address on the box. Or what I like to do is go into my router and assign the MAC address a specific IP address, HC. That way, if I take it away from the house, it's up work, get an IP address, set it as address. I go to another network, it's going to try and connect to my. Need to go adult. Okay, that sucks. Go adult though. Must be. At this point, the basic firmware setup is complete, and all that remains are some firmware checks, which we covered later. Um, warning is we only provide bundled firmware configuration setups. It's self-built. Modify the at your board wiring and so currently the configurations that we have are for the Fly CDY V3 for an LDO kit, reference design, SKR 351. On that, use whatever board you want, but you're going to be figuring out the software. Now, say to physical installation of the board out already done, and we're going to go right into it. So at this point, that's all we need to do to get this base configuration. Now we can disconnect it from power and go about our normal stuff, which and if we're building the LDO kit, which we are, there's a specific build guide that will have a better layout and stuff, all the components. So we're going to jump over to LDO Milo. Doesn't cover anything else about the build. It's just about the electronics and stuff that comes. So we're going to go ahead and shut this down, which is literally just unplug it. Time being, go ahead and camera. Add this to the collection of Maker My Nexus. How are you doing, my friend? Yes, you finally made another stream. So all we've done is we just loaded the base RepRapFirmware on here with the Millennium OS plugin as well. and got this on our network. We had a slight issue getting it on the network, which I fully anticipated because I haven't seen anybody's Milo build where it didn't kerfuffle a bit. But we pushed through it. It basically just we had to reboot the machine or the board one more time, and then everything. Now we need to go and grab some more stuff out of the box that's got a big, heavy milling machine. This. We're just going to move it somewhere over here in the middle of the floor so Mrs. Dragon can trip on it. Coffee. But the good thing is if we're lucky, we can get rid of most of the stuff that's in here. So I think we're going to need the electronics kit, probably the cable kit, box. Need the cable raceway. We'll need the power supply. Yes, everything else I think is at a later stage. Okay. So we're going to start off by putting some Wagos in. Going to dump the electronics kit out there. I feel every time I'm here early. Finally bought some extrusions for your Rook 2020 or your Rook Mark II. Is this going to be a 2020 Mark II like we just finished? MC drivers, that expansion board. So that's one set of Wagos. Oh, here we go. Different set of Wagos. Fives and some threes. Okay. And printed parts for that box. Plate, CNC starter kit, empty hardware box. Good. Close that. Ooh. That stuff over so we can get into our printed parts and starting to run out of printed parts too. Actually a really good thing. Okay. Wago holder. Here's our Wago holder. So let's our screen down. We're going to take our sets of three. Trying to slide them in sometimes works. Normally I just kind of pop them in at the very first. Push them down. Kind of have to do a little bit of an angle right at the end to get them fully seated. Here we go. Mark II 2020. Well, we just finished, so we just finished. The last stream was basically the print and chill stream. Biggest thing I will say is, one, I can send you my Orca Slicer profiles like I did to Tugboat. All right, I have to work on that. Once again, the parts I'm using are printed in ABS glass fill. So they're just a tad bit, I just stop busting the way. All right. They're a tad bit tight. My Wagos just are not popping in. May have to reprint this. Oh, no, there we go. They popped in. Yeah, so every once in a while, these Wagos get so tight, especially the first one goes in and then each successive one gets harder as it kind of gets pushed out and spread out a little bit. So you may have to reprint this at like 100.5 or 101 to get it to spread out just a little bit more to make getting the Wagos in easier. Wagos are in now. Snapped into the printed part. And then there's another printed part that would do the 5-banger. And I'm kind of wondering if I don't have that part printed out. Don't think I have this out. So I don't have that other printed part, so I'm gonna have to find that and get that printed out. Shouldn't give us a problem at the moment, and if I could actually find the file, I will slice it and get it going right now. We'll keep going for our power supply connector mounts. And this is your broadcast volume low today? Possibly, team. So, hey, Westery, how's it going? So I had it up, then I turned it down because people were saying that I was clipping and my audio was going in. How is that? Is that any better, Timor? Um, sorry, I'm having a brain fart. So this is just push the mounted brackets on and slide with the 3. Cables go up at the top. The pole goes up at the top, and this should just slide right in. Like that. Here, you're got the right cutouts that are there. You just got there and it goes just like that. So this is a Morrison version of our common Meanwell UHPs. So you've got your mains power coming in on one side. You've got your 2 DC coming out the other side. Kind of like this because it separates your mains and your DC voltage out a little bit. Look. That one's done. We'll set that aside. Expansion board. This should be our expansion board here. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to get our components prepped and then get them installed. Made only a slight change, still faint. Yeah, so Timor, last weekend, this past Sunday, I updated my streaming computer from Windows 10 to Windows 11, and I immediately went through and started updating all my other software to include the latest version of OBS. So at this point, I don't know if the issue is the Windows update or the OBS update. But something has screwed with my audio settings, and I'm having to slowly work on that between streams. So we'll continue to work on that, I promise you. Okay. I'm with MakerMind there, Westery. How's Mia and everybody? How's the black doing? So we're going to position the expansion board on the printed part, align the holes, and secure with M3x8 socket head screws. My board over there, we've got that one. We'll have that one. I need to print the part for that. We've got power supply, our expansion board. This has got our 2 relays in it. So this is going to line up. It says secure with top M3x8 socket head cap screw. There we go. I know I'm going to regret doing that, but that out when next we need to. M3x8 socket cap screw, 2 of them. I'm going to tap into the printed part. Sweet. I say sweet in an M3 tap, M3 tap handle, M3 tap, and a handle for tap. And I'm going to tap these threads rather than cut them with the screws, simply because, once again, this is glass-filled ASA, and I don't want to try and cut the threads directly with the screws and wind up splitting the part. Ride got moved to this evening. Okay. And it's really weird. My carbon filled stuff, cutting threads works pretty well, but on the glass filled, it just seems like it's potentially a little more rigid and less forgiving, and parts split a little bit easier. So just a couple of seconds to run a tap through it. Go. And it's not like, trying to tap a 6 mil aluminum plate. Good for the casters. It's a little bit easier. That out for now. A few other ones. Had a little wasp issue, but it's taken care of now. That's good. Wasp issues. We just had some of that ourselves. Now, I'm not sure why. There's 4 spots on here, but it only tells us to do 2 screws. It's showing all 4. Oh, crap. Only tap 2 arrows on top of the. Guys, if you do this, arrows from the top, then arrows from the bottom. Don't put arrows like, don't put arrows over the top of a piece that are red on black. Help some of us out. So it works with the M3s. We can get to the heads a little bit easier. Trying to do this on the M2s, I stripped the heads out of the M2s because heading threads and, like I said, the glass-filled ASA on an M2 thread, too much torque required, and I ripped the. I didn't shear the head off, but I sure as hell stripped 2 screws, and then finally said to hell with it. Drilled it out to 2.5 and used them. There's our expansion board, our little play board. Preparing the main board. So this is the part that so we've got our main board installed. Now we need to go through and do certain operations. Go through and install jumpers. So we've got the 2 blue jumpers here already. Over here on the left side. Now we just need to go through and install the jump. So once again, we're going to grab our blue jumpers, and this is the second column, jumping the bottom 2 rows. That for 3 TMC 22 slots here. Put our 3 UART mode. Need to drop one of these on jumpers. Setting the might be set the set of slots. what we're doing is we're laying these in, and then we're going to add MOSFETs. These fans will not work if got the 3 blue ones here, got the 3 black ones here. Go ahead and take our little MOSFET. These apart. There's 5 of them there. Back and forth, and you'll. We're going to plug these in to this 3-pin. Keyboard's fat finger. I don't think it matters which direction you put it in, other than the fact that it's only going to go in one way on these boards because of where the jumpers are at. And done installing the apply. Now we need jumper down here on the laser pin. Need one. Install the fuse here, which was already installed. We need one on the laser pin, right 2 pins. And anything else. Add the jumpers to short. Jumpers is need jumpers up here on D2 port. So it's the 4th connector over. Going to put jumpers in there. I don't know why. I've never had to jumper these. Normally so it's be like your X, your Y, your Z. These 2 are in parallel on that same driver. I don't know why. I've never had to jumper that for 3D printers. At the end. So 2 on the left, jumper, jumper, jumper. Here, fly boards installed with a jumper on that. Got the jumper on the laser. We've got our fuses. Mount the main board. Okay, it's mounted. Build our tool setter. Now there's a lot more jumpers here, and nothing else was calling for a jumper, so I am just going to take these jumpers. Awesome. I'm going to put them back in its little baggie. Get them out of the way. Now this is the tool setter. This is the Long John toolkit. Pre-made cable. Some looks like the screws and washers for it. and the tool board that I just dropped out. It's a good thing I didn't step on it. Table over there. Grab our Long John printed part. Now there is a piece in here that I've already pried out. It does have built-in supports in files, so it prints just like this. Big support piece, have to snap out. Just be careful. There were mutant wasps. Uh-oh. Okay, place sleeve bearings. You see sleeve bearings. See if we can't put this stuff out on our table without losing things. So we have our pen with a nice wide top on it. Flip that over, and we're going to put 2 sleeve bearings on there. Bearing 1, bearing 2. Take our spring, going to go around both sleeve. Install the sex bolt, top hole of the printed tool setter. So take this, just slide it in there, and things aren't going to line up. So I'm going to need to ream that a little bit. Eyeball wide. Proper person would throw a set of mics on. I'm just going to find the one that barely sticks in. And that's what we're going to use. Yeah, laws always get in the way of fun. Okay. Not too much material removed there, but yes, I should have mic'd. And the spring goes all the way down there, so we're going to put one more side. But I am using my reamers because 1, that's going to ensure that I get a round hole. And 2, it's going to make sure that I don't cut it deeper because there is a stepped flange in there that everything's going to sit on. So open that hole up, but don't go too far. I'm going to have to vacuum later. But we're good. So good. Here the sex bolt with 4x8. 471 washers. We're in the sex bowl. Oh, okay. I got you. So we're screwing a screw into the bottom of that pin in order to give it the distance to be able to push the sex bowl micro switch. I'm going to put one of those point. Going to add length. There we go. Place. Now what's up? Now we're going to take the sensor, micro switch, all that. Speaking about laws, Westery, did your property issues get all squared away? This is only going to lay in there one way so that the switch connector will be there and be triggered. And we're going to push that all the way down in there, and then we're going to use these frickin' M2 by 10 tiny things. Got to break out my iFixit kit because I broke the tip off my 1.5 millimeter driver. Hey, Retro Maker, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Gotcha. So you're just trying to make sure that they don't sneak something in there and still try and take everybody's lane. That's always good. I mean, no politician would add pork fat riders into something. Yep, a blast from the past. I don't know what just kicked into my brain that said, hey, before you screw all these in, maybe check and make sure that it's going to trigger the in stop. Which it's not. So I need to add some more washers. broke mine. Oh, break my long john. White, white quartz sounds great. You've got like slightly white, off-white little plunger that goes on. Little plunger in. This is going to be factory spec. Uh, will be by the time I'm done. Either that or I think I've got another long john. I've done screwed up that. So I will have to work on getting this fixed too. Or like I said, I think I have another long john set from, I mean, because this board is the same. That's no big deal. I think I've got another long john set. Or at least reference. If you have that, I can reference. I have to look. I know I've got one somewhere. So we'll set this aside for now because I just need to figure out. Glad there's somebody in a factory somewhere that does this. Stuff that All right, I'll play with that off street. A bag, put all this stuff back in. All right, Royal Nomi, have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry I'm being ham-handed and breaking. Good news is technically a long john is not required for basic operation of the mill. It is one of the extras that comes in the kit. So I will have to work on fixing that later. Okay. Now, what else do we need to work on? Emergency stop button. Let's not break this. So our e-stop button, this is a critical safety thing. If I break this, then we are definitely not going any further because this, like I said, is a safety thing. Talks about the theory and operation of the E, how it works. $22.12. Other side is $11.81. Showing the e-stop electronics placement. Okay, so this will be us starting to put our electronics into CASA. So let me turn this off some and we'll get our bottom chassis up here. String, card, screws. Basic chassis, and our divider is offset one direction. Photo. Trying to. So electrical outlets over here. Our power supply is going to go here, and our main board is going to go here. So in this case, we're going to take our main board, put it in here, and it goes down all the way on the bottom. So we're going to need some M5 nuts in here. So M5 T-nuts down here at the on the bottom of the 2040 where we'll be putting this. And we'll be putting nuts. M5 T-nuts. Hey, Pez Liz, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? We're having a great morning. Got our coffee. We're getting started. We've got our MillenniumOS and RepRapFirmware flashed to our board, and then we broke our Long John tool setter. So, Now we're just trying to get some things lined up so that we can do our board install here. 5x10 to secure the main board mount. Manicure and a walk. Nice. I got coffee here. Mrs. Dragon will be bringing me more coffee when she's done doing errands this. And the way this is going to go in, I am going to reach over here and grab my ball head drivers because I have a feeling, one, I'm going to need to go in at an angle, and two, they're a little bit shorter. Help get these ends side to side. And I'm just trying to look at our image here to see about how close we are. Looks like we don't have much of a distance. We're pretty close towards the front here, and we make off of our cable runs. This is probably going to scoot up some more. Do that while we're blocked to make sure that we're here. There was no measurement given for this, so we're just trying to lay in our two cable channels to make sure that they'll fit in there, and looks like they are. Means this should be in a good place now that we can fully tighten this. There we go. We're also going to have our other board that's going to go in here. Going to use 5x8 button head screws. Where it's going to go, because we're going to have some screw down terminals on this side. Can't go in this first channel, so we need to go in the second. Go in the channel. Okay. 5 nuts. Oh, awesome tugboat. Hopefully you're gonna like it. I really like my Ember prototype bed. And once we get into doing our actual um, wiring, we may undo this just to make it easier to get wires into these sockets here. I have a feeling it's going to get pretty tight. And also, I'm going to say this is a semi-temporary position because at some point I will build the CASA enclosure, which will move all these electronics from underneath here to the side of the enclosure. So so more of our 5x6 for the wire done. Okay, yeah, I don't even think they make a 110. I think 120 by 120 is the smallest. What I'm going to do is start to get these screwed in and then just the thing to try and center it. And going to move the rolling T-nuts to the outer edges. That way it can't move under vibration one way or the other. Going to leave the tops off for now. Go ahead and do this well. I don't think this one, yeah, it has to be in that second channel. It can't make that first channel and be tied downs. And the way this one's going to work is it's going to lay in here and we're going to be able to bring our wires straight through this right here. Go right into our cable chain, cable trough. Oh no, 110 by 110. And what uses a 110? I don't think there is a one. I didn't think there was a 110. or at least nothing that would be common. That's there. We'll also have a printed trough piece. This will go in with 3 screws, and this will go right here in the middle. So we'll need to lay out 3 of our screws. Three of our 5 rolling T-nuts. Oh, Ember doesn't sell them, so you got the 110 by 110. These will go in with our M5 by 8s. Stick the antenna of the main board to the front, to the from skirt of the table. I think they mean take this off and stick it to the front skirt on the back of the table. For now, I am going to leave this kind of loose in here, simply because if I do, when I do CASA, I'm going to need to take this out and put it in a position, so I don't want it to be stuck up against here, because I know this isn't final resting. But we also need to put in our power supply. I'm going to go in here with our mains at this side, and these pieces right here, the way that's designed, it's made to go into that groove. So get it into the lower groove, and it'll it'll allow you to move it around front to back, but it'll hold it somewhat in place until you latch it down and screw it down. Looks like we want it kind of this way. 5 by 8s. Also need to screw down our Wago mounts, of which we've got one. The other one we need to print because apparently I didn't both Wago mounts. Eights are all the way down, but they're not getting into the whatchamacallit, peanuts. So I'm gonna have to go with M5 by 10s. Run out for whatever reason, then I will use my own stuff. So that's nice and secure. Oh, we still need to do our Wago mounts. Then we'll have the free. This is vertical. Go like that. Where is it? Looks like the 5-way Wago mount go up underneath it. Yep, I definitely do not appear to have that 5-way Wago mount. I'm going to have to find that and slice that real fast because otherwise I have a feeling we're not going to be able to do our wiring appropriately. So Wago mount. Only one Wago mount, and that's this one goes 5. Definitely, I can't even tell mounts. Well, when all else fails, VHB that stuff. Just going to VHB. What could go wrong, right? Bit of VHB, Fuego. This will keep us going until I can figure out if there is a different Wago setup, because goes a Wago mount. The link goes to just a straight LDO page. Is no mount specific to the 5-way Wago in the LDO GitHub file, LDO kit GitHub files. We're just going to apply a little bit of, in this case, it's a clear double-sided tape. One of my builds. Adhere it to that, and that will let us keep going. Instructions told us to use M5 by 12 for the Wago mount. I believe that was 5 by 12. There. Pins 6 and 8, yes. I believe I've got some. you. They're just not going to be black. Good thing it's up underneath and be visible. Dragon. Should be getting our second cup of coffee of the AC Wago turn. Get some AC inlet. AC inlet wise, we've got 15 amp fuses, 10 amp fuse, 15 amp. Very few installed in here. And there is a already installed that. Megan, how are you? Hang out my reading spectacle. An amp fuse that's in here. I believe we need to put a 15 amp fuse. AC outlet is not pre-wired. Follow the layout as shown. Cables installing it. I'll do this. I want to say that we need to put in the 15 amp fuses for this because I mean we're running the 110 spindle and stuff, which would go like the power for the spindle is going to go external to this. I believe this requires the. Okay. So we've got our pre-wired here. And there's the O at the bottom. So that is the way that this is going to go in, will be like this with flipped upside. No, so off is going to be up. God, I hate that. Might swap this switch around because my preference is always that off is down. So I always want off facing down, so it's flat down. Now, granted, we've got an off switch back here. Or, I mean, up at front, we've got the emergency stop. But my preference will always be to have the physical off switch set up so off is facing down. Tabs push down. You know, be going in there with enough. Tab push enough to switch come out. Nope. All right, I'm just going to live with it then. I don't want to damage the switch. So we've got this pre-wired for the most part, right? Red to red, blue to blue. Red to red, blue to blue. And we need to add our protective earth and our two outbound wires, which fan drivers. So should be in our cable box. Everybody still doing good out there? And and what I was looking for was our one with our spade connector. So protected earth always going to be our yellow green. And then our neutral and line, we're going to line up blue under blue, red under red. Pretty easy to do. Pretty easy to do, but somewhat of a pain when you got all the other connectors. There we go. There's our neutral mode and our protected earth plugged in. That all plugged in. Simply run this run this through, line this up in our socket. Hope not have to do a bunch of filing. There we go. Popped in nice and clean. And in our three ways, we load, neutral, and then earth. Showing these going middle ones. So load or red goes in the leftmost or rearmost. Middle one is going to be our neutral or our blue. And our earth is going to be the last one. And do the tug test. Then we're going to need to just kind of work our wires down and around out of the way. Something like that. Then we're going to go Wago terminal first supply. This would be EXP 24-volt in, motherboard 4-volt in, issue load. There we go. There we go. They're three separate wires. So we've got our protected earth with a barrel to a port terminal, and our load and neutral, same thing. So we're going to match the colors up and just do these one at a time. So starting with our load. So the load comes from our 5 terminal. So what we're going to do is we're going to probably pipe our load over to the 5 terminal because that's going to run a lot of things. We're going to get our load connected in there. The neutral coming from our 3-pin Wago. And then our protected earth. And when you get these installed, give them a little tug just to make sure that they're fitting there. All is well on the Western Front. Gotcha. Fixing the eddy coil config. I haven't messed with eddy coil yet. Who was that? I think it was Johan that was having fun with the eddy coils. At least posting on Twitter about it. So on these, good and bad, you've got to remove the screw, and your port terminal lays down from the top. You cannot slide it in and out. So that's good because it ensures that it stays connected and can't pull out. Bad just in the fact that trying to get the darn screws back in. I'm going to do earth. Next up is neutral, which will be our blue wire. Gotta take the screw all the way out. Hot. Or screw again. Folks, in the near future, there will be a overhead camera for things like this. I've got from Prime Day, I did order a mount, and my initial thought or plan is to attach it to the horizontal arm on my monitor stand here, come up over the top of it, drop it down. So that will be the plan. That will help somewhat, and you guys being able to see a little bit more about what I'm doing here than just watching from a sidelong view. Okay, main voltage is wired up, except our load is currently not capable of getting there because we need to jumper that over. Guess what I can do for right now is I'm going to move the load over to the 3 pins. And what I want to do, fire it up and check that I'm getting good 24-volt from here. I've never used the Orange Sun UHP styles. So I do want to make sure that I am getting 24 volts out of this. Same issue here again. Clips aren't clipping fully for me. Stick down. Trying to get a plug in. They snapped in enough that not so it snapped in on one side and not on the other. at least manage to manhandle it. So power up, the only thing we've got power to is that power supply. And we're going to check and make sure that we're getting 24 volt DC through that power supply. It's good to check before you plug in your board, because if you're not getting 24 volt DC and you have the ability to adjust it, then you can adjust it. If not, then you're just kind of stuck with whatever you got. But it gives you an opportunity to go back and say, hey, my stuff's not working. Realize putting that mount on covers up the. Positive on the left, negative on the right. Positive, negative. Reading 24 volts straight up. So good. All right. Yeah, we're good. That's always good to verify. Like you said, you don't want to, 24 to like 24.2 or 3, you're good. If you're under voltage, you don't want to be doing that either. Under voltage will be just as bad or sometimes even worse to your electronics. So, if you're supposed to be providing at 24 volt, but you're only providing it like 19, that could lead to some bad things. Should have good and proper protection circuits in there, especially on all the newer boards. However, it's a crapshoot every time you assume things like that. So just wanted to make sure. Now we've made sure. With that, I'm going to power this down, unplug it. And once again, we're going to move our load back over to the other Wago, the 5x Wago. Go back and start working. Okay, so apparently I'm smoking crack. So I could have sworn I saw it going to the load going to the 5 pin, and it's not. It's going over to. No, we got from the outlet to the 3s. Got that from the power supply, where the load is coming from the 5 pin. There's no load connection to the power supply. Had to move it over into the load 3 Fuego in order to do that test. Activate. We're going to install the e-stop button on the front of the um, unit here. So to install the stop, you have to assemble it first, pressing the white tab, pulling on the button cap. You can separate the box from the button. Okay. Push on that. Pull the whole button piece out. Attention to the grooves and the yellow button stop grooves only allow you to reattach the back box. One at the top, two at the bottom. So insert the button stock through on the front skirt and reattach the contact box. Make orientation properly. Side without labeling. Side without labeling. So this side has a label on there. Side does not. That means that our numbered ports are going to be in the right direction. So this needs to face up, which means our single groove goes towards the main board, double groove goes towards the side rail. I feel like a very secure there's this locking ring here, gasket. I'm wondering if we put this actually all in there. That's not. But see, it would make sense to get this whole thing in there and then use this locking ring to cinch it up so that it doesn't wobble and move. Not able to get it in there, so I might need to file this just a little bit to open this hole up some. And that will allow me to get that part in there. I feel like it was going to take much. you want this to be cinched in there so that the last thing you want is a floppy emergency. Of course, I just put it in there in the wrong orientation. My sound is going in and out. I think it's just me talking softly. Like I said, Westry, I updated my computer to Windows 11, and ever since then, I've been having issues with like volume and yeah, just I've been having issues. We'll leave it at that. And of course, it doesn't help that I did the upgrade to Windows 11 and an OBS update at the same time. So I can't even tell, is it the Windows 11 or is it the OBS update that's causing me problems? Okay, so once again, the single groove needs to go towards the motherboard. So when I shove this in here, the single groove needs to go in that direction. And we'll take our locking ring, tighten that up against skirt. Don't need really ugga it. Right now it's depressed. That's working. We need the bottom half with the clear plastic side that doesn't have any writing on it facing up. Our back piece only goes on one way. That is secure. And I can visually see that the mechanism is working. That's good. So our e-stop is now in there. It does not tell you about that locking ring that way. That's probably a comment that go into the. Now we need to connect output cables to terminal 12 and 22 of the e-stop 3-pin Wago terminal. 11 and 21 over here, 22 and 12 is up at the top. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull this back off because you have to come in at an angle to get to them. And so I'm not going to be able to actually run wires to this. It's installed because I have no angle to get it. So connect two input terminal 12, 22. So L1 in, L2 in. That got here. E-stop. Okay. L out, L out, L in, L in. So grab our LN. You update it and OBS no longer works. It won't update at all. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's a mess. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Hoskins. Welcome on in. Thank you. Working on flash. Oh, you're working in flashcards. Yeah, these are flashcards because she's studying for the bar exam and sitting here listening to the background. Okay, so on our end stop, we're going to use the port connectors on the LN, and they just say both LN, not one or two. They're just both line in, and they're going to go in 12 and 22. Once again, with our clear piece up going in these two here. So we need to unscrew these and route those wires in there. Good measure. Take that off. Life a little bit easier, right? So unfortunately, based on this angle and the way this plate comes over the top, we have to come in kind of like from the front edge, which means we have to bend these wires around like that some. That's how we're coming in from the front edge, not the angle. Wire is going to have to bend back around, back down the other way. That's the two line in, and the line out are going to go on the other side. And same thing, a little bit, get our fork under the little flat. Tighten. Full test on your wires. You don't want any of these coming loose. Back in on the top, and then once again, no writing. Clear side, no writing. Side that's going to pop up in here. Like that. Now our line ends going to bring into our cable trough. Down. Central cable trough. These are going to go either side on our 3-pin load. Cable routing here, my understanding is the cable routing gets fairly tight in here fairly quickly. This one comes around and goes into two of our loads on the 5-pin. I'm going to skip the first one. We're going to go on the next two with these. Apparently, it doesn't seem to matter which one is which. It says L1, L2. Don't think it matters. If something's not working, then we'll come back here and we'll try it back. Kind of what we're left with. We've got our two lines that come load. Two on the right hand round going to the load of the 5-pin. So that puts this squarely between your inlet and our power supply. So if this is pushed in, no power can ever flow to this. As soon as you twist that back out, you've got power again. So next we're going to do the PSU extension board. So connect the end to EXP black red to the EXP power cable to the PSU, the other end to the 12 volt, 24 volt end to the expansion board. As we determined earlier, plus is where our little LED is. So closer to me is plus, negative is further away. So we just need to do these a bit and get our is a full round washer on. Once again, this is to the EXP. Is our expansion. We're going to be connecting up here. We've got ground is closest to me, 24 volts is that direct. So great screwdriver. full test verified. Bring this into our cable trough. That. And we need to use our other one, small one, to the motherboard. Then, so same type of thing here. Do the definitely try and make sure that you're underneath that washer on both sides. It's going to give you a better connect. This is a round washer. Used to having square plate. So, and this goes into leftmost connection and ground positive. It's a little plug test. Put this down and out of the way. Like I said, I'm trying to do my best to keep these wires kind of routed well and out of the way, because I know once I start adding in some of these other cables, they're going to be thicker, and trying to get them in here is going to be a little fun. Got that done. We paid attention to our polarity. X motor. So our X motor cable I want X motor cable. Need to bring in from our side slot here. Need to be paying attention. So big connector here is our X motor, our X end stop, and those are a little bit bigger end stops. So other side, route those in through the back here, through our trough. And I'm not going to worry about routing that just yet. I want to connect this in where it needs to go. So the X motor is our first motor down here. And our X min is going to be our X min is the first connector in the line over here. Now you'll notice that we don't have our TN2209s. Never told me to put them in. It shows them there already. So break these out and we'll get these put in. Or maybe it did and I just didn't follow directions well. We'll get these added in real fast. And you're going to match up. So this has a red header, blue header. Match these up in the same direction when you put these on. All your pins are lining up. Put in our little heat sinks. Try not to step on the cable that you now have laying all over. Put these on, you need to make sure that you're not touching. You want to be as centered on this hatch as possible and give a good push down for a few seconds. Getting my cable tight. What I'm going to do is pull this part back up. Tied up so I don't have to keep jumping over it or stepping over it. And these are the cables, because of the sheathing and stuff, that are going to make it a little more interesting as far as our management goes. This comes down. and there's no real easy way to route these. Closest or nicest, we'll have to keep playing with this right here. These may wind up having to go and get pressed down in, a separate trough area, each one. Work on that. There's the X-Men, the X motor. These route the other end of the cable through the drag chain and connect the Omron switch and 11-pin connector to. We will do that part later. So here's the kind of their suggested routing. Again, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get stuff in there through this cable trough this cable. That way, we'll see. Because this cable trough is just going to be really, really tight. We'll connect the other end, everything all up. Next is going to be the Y motor. Same thing. We're going to Y motor cable. So Y motor, where my X was one big cable, it looks like the Y motor is a separate motor cable and a separate in-stop cable. Plug in the motor cable. Figure out which way you want to take all the cable down and into the trough. That got all Y end stop, which that is a separate cable, and prepaid all stop. To the end, and we X min, X max, Y min, Y max. Get one of these. Basically, stop through there. Trying to keep things, try and keep things nice and full. Not going to be able to keep bringing these thicker cables in here. I think what I'm going to do is bring my thicker cable through that center trough, bring them down and around. Or that way it should leave me room to down easier. shows us is installing the far ends of at the uh, at the device. We will once again do that piece once we get this done, get it covered up, flip it over, and install the motor cable. Is that would be the other cable in here. Looks like it has motor. Big cable, several can. Nope, just stop in the. So route those in from the end. Done all the others, and need the Z motor, XYZ. This is Z min. Once again, we're going to skip Y max, go into Z. Shows us. Motor cable down in here. Z min stop down in here. Other half. Other. I'll have to come back here. Done. Main board to expansion. Main board to expansion in a cable. Yellow and black cable. So I have a WM and an NA cable, which is yellow, red, black. So got a VFD NAN and VFD NA listed on here. So connect the end VFD NA to laser connector on the main board. Connect the NAN relay 1 in connect. We have our Z-Min, then we would have Z-Max, and then we have laser. This is where we put the one of the jumpers in here. This is a connector for laser. Put the VFD cable there. The other side goes to the first relay. 1, 2 relays. We're going to go in the first relay here. And we'll have the VFD SP, which is just a red black cable with a wire. That side, then we'll connect the motherboard to expansion SPD control cable, red black. Connect in VFD SPD mainboard going into the BL Touch connector. Got a 5-pin. So the BL Touch is a blue header here. Just so this is X-Min, X-Max, Y-Min, Y-Max, C-Min, C-Max, a laser. Okay. Little blue header right here, right in front of V-Min. This is the BL Touch header. So we need to plug the this connector into the BL Touch connector, and it looks like it's just a red and black cable. So I need to try and see which orientation plugs in. Really doesn't show. Of course, I might need to look at the fly. Here we go. So the way this goes is the little locking tabs go out. So black space red with the black being by our motors and our that tells on the good that they other side down to our PWM. So the way this expansion board kind of works, it looks like there's 4 different items per se on the board. You can see there's kind of some silk screen items. So we got relay 1, relay 2. This is the PWM in for our spindle. So this connection. And then this is the main power that's coming into the. So we're going to plug our 2-pin connector. And we'll have the spindle speed controller come out, and then this will be disconnected in here. We'll just need to figure out some appropriate routing because this does not really stay on that one. Kind of do not like that is connected. Me, this would almost be better, believe it or not, like a Duet. That's the type. That one. Find it difficult identifying the connectors from the pictures out, going out. On that L here, we're going into ground. We're bypassing the 5 volt, and then the red wire on here is actually the P6, which is the signal one. Kind of how we're doing that. Okay. Keyboard expansion board to VFD. Now we need to route spindle motor. Connect the ends of the cable to the close to 30. The other end of the cable, VFD, later step. Cable and speed control. Ground, DNA, speed control. This cable. It's interesting because we go from 3 on one side, got 2 going to a common ground here, 4 over here have independent. Something to be aware of. Assuming that's the way it's going to open up here and see what we've got. So it's opposite. We've got we're on the board to VFD motor. Yep. Cable, speed control, and other side I have A out negative, router A positive. Okay, so A out, and so the 4-wire is what gets connected over here. So run the 4 wires in through the side here. And this is where it gets fun trying to get in here, but we're going to have R out. We'll need R out and positive and ground. And the positive is on the left side, the right side. And in this case, we're going into the positive on the leftmost, negative in the center on the relay. So go ahead and undo these. Yeah, we're doing the router ones. We want the positive on the left side and the negative in the middle. positive, route negative. I'm going to go in the middle one, relay. Like I said before, this is where things get a little fiddly trying to get these wires in there. And I've got A out positive and A out negative. And those are going into our, whatchamacallit, this was VFD. I think it went into our BL touch. Yeah, the VFD speed control. Once again, we're going to go positive on the left, negative on the right. Yeah, Westery, I wish you luck on that bar exam. And you said you're doing like it's a multi-state or national bar exam? Okay, we give a tug and both of those are pretty tight. We're going to bring our wire right down the side here. And right down like that. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm just going to go ahead and put the tie back on just to keep it from flopping all over the place when I go to flip this up, get the assemble the part of this. As you can tell, things are starting to get a little complicated. This is a nice wire trough, but I think they could have done a little bit better job at this with a little bit wider gaps. Hold these tool setter wire. Got the tool setter cable. Did with the previous steps. Cable. Have a tool setter cable. A long tool set. There was no cable in that pack. There was a cable. Okay. One side says tool setter, the other side says better are they? Really doesn't matter which side I run through. Run a side through. Going next laser connector. So this is going to be max. Yep, in max connector. Bring this across. Drop it into our cable trough somehow. Maybe trough. Down, bring it off here, which there. Ends up here and re-zip tie it. We'll tie it to the other after I read parts. Pin stop. Like a little bit of Tetris, a little bit of kind of like packing delivery trucks. So that all of our cable routing is associated. Back up. And last but not least is our V. Connect each end of the live ground, live neutral earth to the VFD power cable. So in this case, the spindle motor is got your affected earth. This is the going to the VFD. Other one goes to VFD. Want this one? Want the side that has the ferrules on. The other side, we'll put the appropriate terminals on. So affected earth goes to the 3-pin P. Neutral goes to the neutral 3-pin. That going. Earth. Load comes over here and goes to the 5-pin. going to try it. I'm not going to run this in the trough because I don't think it's going to actually fit in the trough. Route it down the end of the trough like earth. That's out of the way. Now we can put our wire duct covers on. All right, we can get them to still fit with everything that we put on here. That one. We'll do some tweaking. Once again, our USB wire is just going to be kind of sitting in here for the time being. Don't want to, I don't want to latch that down anywhere just yet, because if I move this out of here and into a CASA enclosure, which I do want to do, then we'll need to be able to place this somewhere else. So I don't want to take it, their suggestion, tape this, or use like the V or whatever to the back of the board there, or skirt. Tuck that in there. Barrels, fans. An 8 gig SAN disk. Yes. Okay. Let me put a tie wrap back on this. Carrying the fan. So we need our deck panel, which I shoved up underneath here so I didn't break it or step on it. Ta-da! So we're going to need to place the 42 fan, 40 on here. Go ahead and fill our deck panel. That'll be believe looking at this, at some point there used to be either a bigger fan or maybe this is just a vent to allow PSU to pull in. I think it might have lined up with the PSU fan. Got one side off, we'll flip over, take the other side off. Oh, hey, Ash. I know you do a lot of decal work and do some vehicle stuff as well. Um, did I see, are you a Subaru person or a Honda person? I feel like I see you with Subaru. Mitsubishi. There you. I knew it was one of those. You want an Evo 8 so bad? Gotcha. Yeah, we were out looking at vehicles, and I believe Mrs. Dragon has actually, it's not an I believe. I got to go and test drive the vehicle that she was looking at, and then I had to leave because I had another appointment that I had to get to. And I got a text while, when I was done with that appointment, I looked at my phone and I had a text saying, I put a $500 deposit down so that they'll get the one we want. So, yeah. But we're going to be getting a Subaru Forester to replace the Kia. And it's got it all. It's like it looks like an iPad in the dash, big full dash stuff. Everything's on the steering wheel. The lane keep assist. I mean, the safety features on a thing is stupid crazy. Just the safety features alone, I was like, yeah, there we go, good. This year, it's a brand new one. We're looking at a brand new one, so it's a 2024 2024 Subaru Forester in the magnetite gray. I'll post pictures once we pick it up. So this, we're going to put our fans on, and we're going to use M4x10 self-tapping while we're still in here. Four by 10. Okay. So we're going to go through the panel, and we're gonna tap these into the actual fan housing. Yeah. Yeah, the Forester is nice. So it was funny the way the way I was talking to the dealer about it. It was kind of funny. I was like, yeah, so the WRX is what everybody has when, they're young, they're dumb, finish off the statement yourself. Everybody when they're young and dumb, they've got the WRX, like, hey, let me go get tickets and go everywhere. And then the Outback is kind of the I'm an adult, but I still like to play a little bit. But the Crosstrek is kind of like the I still want to be sporty, but maybe I'm in a relationship or I got my first kid. So the Crosstrek's the one where they've got like the cool like bronze and gold color accents and stuff. And it was just funny. I was like, yeah, this is kind of the way this looks. He goes, yeah, that's pretty much a good way to explain it. So we're going to mount these in here, once again, using self-tappers through the plastic going into the fan itself. And on the fan, sticker side is facing down. We're going through the panel into the fan. Sticker side is facing down. These are M4 button heads, which should be a 2.5. Yep. And just to make sure I get these things lined up, you going in here. Don't bite in very. Side with labeling. Oop, okay. Oop. Let's flip that around. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Side with the labeling should face the underside of this. So I've got this basically laying the way it's going to be sitting, and I want it to pull air from the board and exit out this bottom piece. Actually flip this over so that our label is sandwiched against the um, between the fan and this plexiglass. That makes a couple of. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's the thing is they were great, but everybody's using them for, the rally races or we'll say Too Fast, Too Furious. And in doing so, yeah, a lot more wear and tear on the engines than what they are if they were just being driven around the road. And I think what their thought was is if somebody's going to take it rally racing, they're actually going to take it out and retune it before they actually start using it for that purpose. And yeah, people don't do that. They take it out, they run it, they break it, then they go and fix it. But I'll tell you what, there was a lot of super like the WRXs going in and out of the service. They were definitely working on a lot of them because you can hear them every time. Oh yeah, and that's some of the stuff that uh, KB3D does. Um, so he started off running he manages um, is a half owner and manages Steinhall, which is a um, God, they're they're straight Porsche. That's all they work on is Porsche, right? And so when they work on these Porsches, it's all just standard maintenance to track rating, ready for rally racing. And even they have some guys that go out there and do time trials in them and stuff. He's like, yeah, he's got a guy that they basically got like three engines built for him, so he can just swap them out between. Like, oh wow, that's fun. Got a little bit of money tied up in that venture. Okay, so we've got our fans on and tied in with 4x10 self-tapping screws. So those screws that are extra. And we're going to put this on there, of course, after we connect it up. Those fans are going to get first two fan slots. Okay. First two slots. Don't talk closing up. M5x10. So M5x10 and M5. Exactly. I mean, that's why I'm streaming is because I was going to be doing this stuff anyhow. So I might as well stream. And, if I can provide information and help somebody out, great. Um, I'm hoping that this informative, even if you may never build one of these or you're not going to, build one anytime soon, a lot of the same things. Like there's nothing that we've done on this build so far that you haven't or you wouldn't do for like a 3D printer build. Right? Everything is the same. Electronics look pretty much the same. Um, some of the wiring, of course, is going to be different. But if you do lasers or basically any type of CNC machine, that's all we're dealing with right here. Right here is a different flavor of a CNC. Right? They'll use a G code, uses some different G code than what we're used to in our 3D printing, but it's still a flavor of G. So this is going to get plugged into these first two here. That one might one in. Not the outermost edge one. It's closer. Goes into was there. This one up. Would have been better if I had. That is Luke's problem, and pull them kind of down this way with my hand, just from up under. M5x10. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Is once I started building, it's kind of hard to stop. Just so much fun. Um, yeah, it is just so much fun. think I spun that one. So I have to loosen that edge up. Things are can't get up with that. But yeah, that's the thing is my wife will tell you I've got plenty of printers here. Keep buying more and building more. And one of my coworkers has said, "Hey, if you get rid of some, let me know, and I'll let me know what you got and what what this and what that." And I was okay. So this is saying M5 by 10. I feel like this just bottomed out, and it's not touching. So I 5 by 10 are too much for this. Need to go with M5 by 8s. And I've got a bunch of M5 by 8s still. Go ahead and do by 8. Need to, I'll go and put 10s just feel like they're bottoming out, not feeling the edge. Really want the edge here sealed. I do not need metal shavings being able to get up underneath. Metal shavings and electrical equal bad day. I try to avoid that. That was this T-nut just popped out of its slot. Don't know if I'll be able to get it to pop back in there. I hate when that happens because now I got to take the whole panel back off. We'll get there. part of my problem is may have either a bowed side, like 2040, or incorrectly drilled um, acrylic panel. I got it in there. Okay, so electronics buttoned up. Hopefully, we don't have to get back in here because once again, that's what I've seen a lot of people have to do. Take the back panel off and get back in here to play around with something. So hopefully we don't need to do that on our build, and we can just keep pressing forward. This is the BFD wiring, which is going to be at the top. So I think at this point, scroll back up because what we do yeah, so this cutout here is if you were following this and doing a bigger LRS 200 or what I'm trying to do is we're going to follow the LDO stuff. What I'm looking at is with the flip it over. This is the part I wanted to get. So we're going to flip our bottom panel back over. Got a little bit heavier with all of our wires. All of our wires are hanging out the back here, but it's time to join our parts in holy matrimony. What else do we have? Oh, got the slightly disconcerting, but understandable. So Duncan poured into here and closed up to keep it much warm as possible. We'll finish this off. Okay, got some coffee. We're gonna take a second to surf on a donut real fast. Oh, we're gonna He-Man this up. Okay. Now, this part gets pulled all the way to the front, so it's right up against um, the front skirt piece here, which is going to make it real tight in the back for your Y motor connection. Definitely make sure that you still have the ability there. This is going to get centered. Centered should be about right there. And we're going to use corner brackets to mount and join this to the table. So our corner brackets that we're going to use over here are the standard aluminum corner brackets. Hey, Solar, welcome on in. Time to go fix the pool light outside. Yeah, it's better to fix the pool light, you know, when it's light out, when it starts. Thanks for the lurk, Solar. And folks, if you are wanting to help out the channel and you're procuring items anyhow, by all means, please feel free to use an affiliate link. I do have affiliate links with KB3D and Polymaker. I know a lot of people have Polymaker ones, so spread the love around if you're going to use them. But yeah, please feel free to use my affiliate links. Doesn't cost you anything more. It does give me a little bit of a kickback with the companies so that I can offset my costs when I'm buying things. Also have a tip system that's available. Stream Elements, that still works. Oh, this is defined on the base, and we're going to need to use our peanuts and such to go ahead and get these in place. We're going to need to do 3 on each side. One at the front, one in the back, one somewhere in the middle. So we'll get the first front and back one in, then we'll move our bed forward or back to get the central piece. 5x8s. Roll in Tina our M5x8 screws. Need a couple on the bottom deck. I'm going to try and just get, I'm going to go ahead and get 3 sets in. I'm going to line up the one somewhere near the front and pull it all the way to the front once I get them installed. One at the back, all the way at the back, and then I'll do one somewhere in the middle once we get the bed moving. For these will be to get them aligned. Then I'll take back out and I will put in some Loctite and tighten these down. Because once again, vibrations are a thing. Do not need this vibrating loose. So we are going to want to once again get this tightened up very nicely. You'll see me kind of cinch down at the side first, down at the bottom. That's just because it's easier to get it lined up with the side. Bottom line. Leave them all just a tad bit loose. Move the connector. Pop these back out. Put some Loctite in them, on them. Screw these down with some Loctite and a little bit of an ugga-dugga. Don't want things vibrating loose. Scratch up my full metal jacket side panel. Go ahead and get started. Wants us to make it equidistant between the front and back, so we'll get the front and back and work on getting, figuring out positioning the middle one somewhere in the middle there. Loctite here. Do not want to use red Loctite. I'm going to ask about red Loctite. I believe Nomad's Galaxy story he'll be. I think he put red Loctite on a couple of screws on his positron. Had to make some adjustments. Broke his positron. Trying to get the screws out. Okay. Got that done. I'm going to walk around to the other side versus trying to manhandle. Once again, we will plan is get the front and rear in place, lined up, get the middle one started, then we'll move the bed around front to back to actually get that lined up so that we can figure out distances and all. Okay. Screws. Fortunately, folks, I now have my side has cable chain. I don't know if it goes all the way in the back and this cable chain split up more. Might do that. I don't remember the cable chain being said, put it in this location. I think it was just a visually put it around here. Don't remember it being measured. Front and back located. Started. Out and Loctite it. Trying to put the screws in loosely so I can move the corner blocks all the way to the front and back. Then I'll come back in with the Loctite, Loctite them in place once I have them where I want them. Front and the back, and the two middle ones have to second. Ash, are you working on any cool designs right now, or just customer orders? And are you just a straight, hey, the customer asked for this, or do you do custom work just to show off and sell? Curious. Should say have a bunch of stock work. Here, that's there. We're going to bring this back and butt it right up against that one. Or nuts in. Okay, so this next set of two, it says to make it equidistant. So we're going to need to try and do some measurements between the front and the back. Rotate this all the way forward. That's all the way forward. And we're going to just do some rough measurements here. Gap is about 210. Gap here is almost about 205. All right. That our gap is 205 millimeters between the corner piece. Bottom down. There it is. Back. Awesome. I didn't know you'd gone anywhere. You having to work today, Tugboat, or are you doing sports stuff, or what's up? You're actually working on your site. You want to do a redesign? Cool. Launch. Launch my beta AI. It has access to people and okay, cool. Gary 3D just went. Okay, so now know that we're looking for a gap of 205 millimeters between front and back, or front and middle. So so remember, folks, right now it's weight and these 6 corner brackets that are holding the mill to the base. So that's what I said. We're definitely putting Loctite on these, making sure it stays together. And when I go to move this outside and I do CASA, what will happen is we'll take the 4 TPU feet off, and the where those TPU feet screw in, we'll take wood screws and screw it directly down to the tabletop. Or if we go and do something like really crazy and do like a full metal table, then we can take the, line it up where we want to put it. We can actually drill holes directly into the table, tap them, and screw it directly down. You know, it's options. It's options. Okay, so got everything there. Our table's freely front to back. Travel. Now we're going to have to start going in and doing our wiring. Up X motor. Now we need to bring things up to X motor is over here. Okay. So this out. Okay. Don't know which direction. Okay. Off the other end switch. So our X motor. You remember right, we don't have our cable chains on at the moment. So we're going to have to install our cable chain. Now, this is going to come up. There's that printed trough that was underneath the deck, this X bed table. There's a printed trough there that comes around, and then we have the mount for our X cable. And our cable chain. Here's our cable. 3 cable chain. The smallest one is our Z. Our middle one, our Y. Longest one is our X, because our X can travel so much further than it. So what we need to do while we have the chance is open our up so we'll be able to route things. Always easier to do it in your hand right now than do it on the machine. So bad. But I guess what I was saying is, you do decals and stuff. Is it all custom work, or do you have like stock stuff that people can just order straight off? Like, hey, I've got a WRX. I just want a basic WRX white uh, decal. Or do you all custom work? Got all these opened up. Do custom at silhouette art. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and install the cable chain in here now, because now that I've got it opened up, I'll have access to all of the um, I'll have access to the path. What I'm trying to do at least through this side. I need to install my motor um, cable. My locking. So the little locking tabs of your motors go towards the spindle for that motor. Let you get those mounted right. Our X in stop. X in stop gets mounted on this reverse side here. Let me bring you guys. So motor wire connect locking tab towards this printed piece. And the X in stop is going to get mounted right there. This is going to get mounted with some M2.5 screws. And we'll bring our cable around through there. And here was that trough I was. Cable is going to come up from here, up down that trough, come back down the other side. So we're going to need to make sure and get some zip ties in there and get everything. Oh yeah, this is a sweet machine. Um, it is a really sweet machine. Um, like I said, those are, I believe they were M2.5s. So I just need to find, yes, all the end stops were. So many different types of. There we go, 2.5 by 20, about right, pretty thick. These are actually some huge end stops. I'm not used to end stops. Okay, so real fast, because I know like a couple of you are, I don't want to say new here, but you're new to this build. So standard LDO stepper motor. Pretty standard LDO 1.8 degree stepper motor. Guys, for a flyover trip again. So LDO stepper motor. The other LDO stepper motor that's down here, the NEMA 23, the NEMA 17. Right? As you can see, that 17 is pretty much right here with 23 extending to either side. Right? Then we look at the depths, and the depth's not too bad. Let's slap a NEMA 17 pancake on. These are some pretty chonky motors here. Right? I'm curious to see how they run with TMC 2209s. And like I said, if needed down the road, we always have an option to swap some things up and out, possibly throw some 5160s and try and get a little bit more power and torque in there if we need to. Now, this is going to come in this way, means our cable needs to come in and snake that way. So, the way our cable mounts, it opens to this outside bend. So we need to have this end of the cable in before we get in there. And based on the way that our cables go, you know, we don't want to be too I guess we don't want it to be too tight. So we do want to give it a little bit of a bend capability there to protect these bare wires a little bit more. So loop it around some. That way we can get it in our cable chain. Attached. Sometimes more difficult than oh yeah, definitely. Definitely some chunky stepper motor. Okay, there. Just routing our cable through the cable chain. Nice thing is there's one cable and you can look at this cable and you go, well, wait a minute. Why are you routing that type of cable in a cable chain? Because this is cable chain rated cable. I believe this may be actual IGUS cable, chain cable. So And once again, what I'm going to do is kind of start from this side, making sure to leave appropriate bend. And I need to do my zip ties. Don't know which zip ties were what anymore because I use zip ties all over the place. So grab some of these zip ties. Work my way through the back of this trough. Have to have the cable built and on here. Haven't routed any cable yet. Now it's fun trying cable in the right cable tie. And that's good. Got that nice cable trough. All we're trying to do is keep the cable nicely in the trough and show you what that's looking again because it's going to be easier up out of our cable and nice. We'll note we've got cable tie points for the wire over here. but I really didn't see a type of strain relief at the motor side of the case. There's no place for this side. Okay. My motor is going down. It's showing this. Their motor is coming from back, not about the only one. These are captive nuts. I should be able to take this motor off, turn it 90 wanted. Boy. The top two are going into the plate. The bottom two are going in nuts that inserts. These kits, you can get this kit at KB3D. I have an affiliate link. You can also get them at Fabrico and West 3D. I will tell you, when I got mine through KB3D, they had there's extras that are coming in the KB3D kit that aren't coming in the other kit, and that's a KB3D thing. Should be able to just rotate this motor around. Oh yeah, catch ever so slightly on the printed part. Now I can. Hopefully not in. And if I did, you're going to hear me cry. I can't guarantee that if I put it back that I will fix whatever alignment I. Good news is that still works. I'm like, why is this doing weird things? I know why. See if we can. Like, why is this not laying right? Because I put my thing on back. Gotta take my cable chain, literally like twist it around 100. And I have to take the pin stop. meaning I had the curve going to the outside. I was like, no, I had it right. Rushing myself out here. I always see cable chains making nice, pretty U's, but every cable chain I have ever done never makes got some bulge out unless it's got a backer to it. Um, yeah, I can't remember the price off the top of my head, but it pretty good price if I do have to say. Um, try and see if I can do some cable management. Just keep the loose cables wrapping around here. Okay, so one side done. That would be the X side. We're coming out and we've got a bit of excess here, so I'll have to figure out how to make that. I'm not sure. I don't think it gets routed down and back into, yeah, it does. Back into my motor. My motor will have the Y end stop right up here at front. So the Y motor itself is in the rear. And we'll take a look at that in a second. Where's our Y end? There's the Y stop. Here comes our Y end stop. This is going to get mounted in the front and actually sit underneath our Y cable chain. Back a little bit. Stop. show it with the clicker going to the left side. So that. Need some more of our 0.5 by 12 volts. You want everything. Yeah, no kidding. I think I have, I'm surprised I don't have a dedicated line of credit at KB3D at this point. And if I don't, it's probably because he's afraid of my wife. But he does give a good um, gift receipt, you know. Okay, well, I can give you a direct affiliate link to the Milo kit, or you can use the one that'll pop up occasionally, like the one that's right above where you just posted. That link right there will get you to the Digital Dragon page for KB3D. And and when you use that page, you will get a special sticker that Chris created for me. And it will have uh, you know, it'll use my affiliate code, and you'll get a custom sticker stuff as well. So it's pretty nice that he went through and did that for us. Um, I have one. I think Zombie has one as well. Okay, do that, and this. And we are back. Sorry about that. Didn't think we had gone that long. Guess we're getting close to 6 hours. We've opened up our Y cable chain now. So let me get ready to put this in place. We need to go ahead and get the cable from X motor and then stop laid in here. Loop. Well, I was underneath the table, blind. Um, okay. This side. There we go. Okay. Sure that everything moves around easily and we're not there. Moving with etchings. Good. Now, the other thing I will do is I'll go through and I'll put the stripping on each one of these open plate sides. Once again, the whole purpose here is to just keep things nice and clean and not have chips that get down inside the extrusions and just become other things that get flipped around at speed, basically. Yep, decently long stream. I'm kind of known for those because I get going and I just keep going. So yeah, we're just going to keep doing like this and cover up all of the exposed trough areas. Okay. Um, the next up, I still need to do a C motor. That and this innermost one where we've got our connector piece that we'll have to piece in areas around there. And there may be little spots like right up here where it's not going to be worth trying to cut and snip and put a tiny little piece in there. I say that and then I go, ooh, he's a teeny bit. Okay, anyhow. Y motor, Y motor back. It's great. It shows it on the left side. Ours is coming out the bottom. Um, I yeah, coming out the bottom, the latching, you're never going to be able to get your fingers on those latches. So I may have to do the same thing here and twist this 90 degrees. That's a little bit annoying because, we put it in here following directions. Now we're getting different clocking of the motor. A little bit annoying. Especially since I'm not sure if I'm going to have the clearance to. Not sure if I'm going to have the clearance to rotate 90 degrees without taking it back off the base pan, which really not make me happy. We'll see if we've got clearance. We do not have the clearance to rotate that 90 degrees. I, for one, do not want to have to go through and, well, I won't have to dismount the whole. I should be able to just undo the bottom facing screws. I should be able to slide this back, hopefully, enough to rotate it. Maybe. Should have enough distance. Quite a few words there like should and might and maybe. You guys were catching all that up, so I ripped the wire that I just placed. Should, might, and maybe. Doesn't seem to be getting me much because that's as far as I can go because of that front wheel. front wheel is in there with a set screw that I should be able to loosen up. Pop that off. Now I'll have more room. Okay, that's as far back as that's going to go. Hopefully that gives me everything I need to rotate. And I vaguely remember ModBot having an issue, having I'll say a dilemma, an epiphany about the clocking of this motor as well. Still can't get there because this lead screw, we can't lift it up enough to get it turned around. I can't pull it back anymore because the motor mount itself only other thing I can do be to undo this locking. That would allow me to move lead screw back. I don't need to move it that much, so it should not come out. See. Good chance that that was probably all that I needed. Had the distance necessary to do what I. Okay. Pull this back forward, push it against the bearings, that in place, face forward. And lock down our hand being. all that stuff. This back on. Slides on and on there. Using the right. Still working with no bindings, so level. Okay. Now, oh yeah, what we were actually trying to do is plug the Y motor. That's going to go right here once again with our locking tabs facing the axis of movement. I have a couple of wires that are back here that will loop together. Next, we're going to have Z motor. We'll have a Z motor and an in stop. Wonder, turn this around without causing a big kerfuffle. Try and get things balanced a bit here. Okay. Ooh. There's our Y. There's our X. Now we're going to need our Z motor. Z motor, Z end stop. Going to come up here. Again, our locking plugs on our base. No, I'm sorry. Up. End stop gets mounted over here to the actual front so that the carriage here actually hits the. Great that I just moved this around and this. Oh, well, one wire you'll see. Make a minor twist adjustment. There. Fit. Fit. So this is once again getting mounted right to the front rail. Um, And for those of you that are wondering that haven't been here for a while, work or building surface that I'm using now, it is a of quartz picked up from a local shop. I just called them up and said, hey, do you have any waste? Don't ask for an offcut. I'm going to charge you for an offcut because it's anything that's left over from an initial slab cut. And if it's large enough to be like a bathroom vanity or whatever, it's going to be listed as an offcut. And they'll want to charge you princely price for it. Ask if they have any waste, anything that's in the dumpster. May say like, "Well, yeah, I've got some size do you need?" And I got this piece 20 something by 30 something inch for, well, literally, I tried to give the lady $50 and she gave her 20 and after she'll have a nice lunch, maybe get a glass of wine tonight or whatever. So, point being is that you get a deal, but words have meaning and ask for an offcut, they're going to want to charge you for it. Ask for waste if they have anything that's in the dumpster, right? Anything, 24 inches square will most likely work to help square frames and stuff for the builds that we do. Um, this is 24 by, like I said, about 36 inches. It works out really, really well. Okay, so we've got the wires here. Notice that there's in-stop piece here that holds cable chain and stuff like that. We'll need to add that stuff on. Cable chain itself is going to wind up being used when we do the VFD. So it opens up. Maybe we can drop this in here and get the VFD, not the VFD, spindle cable at least routed through there while we're looking at the. I do not plan on installing the spindle in here today. That'll probably be the next stream for this build. Simply because I think there's still a few more things that need to happen here, and I don't want to get. The closer I get to a build being done, the more apt I am to try and push through it. And we're already at 6 hours. So I don't want to push too hard and screw something up, right? Um, this is a C mill. You're going to be using end mills, fly cutters. You can run drill bits in here. You can run what am I thinking? Can run uh like tappers and stuff like that in here, though I would not. Just because the speeds and feeds of the spindles, we can't make them go slow. So this wire is going to come through here. It's going to come up, attach to the top of our spindle. Come down, it's going to loop back up in the cable chain. Go ahead and So, uh, Philinix or Philinix. This is a Millennium Machine Milo. This is I refer to it as a benchtop CNC milling machine. Doesn't feel goes up there. Come down here and bottom piece. Looks like somewhere around in here we may have another piece that'll hold this straight and allow us to route this. That piece does look semi-recognizable as this piece here. What this is going to do is it'll go in way up here at the top. I'm going to have to pop two of these screws out and run them through this. May require me to switch them up to a different size of lengthwise. Yes, this is going to be really nice because what it will do is allow me to run like aluminum parts. So if I break a part, or if I want to, like, there is a mod already for the spindle mount. So spindle mount is all plastic. It's just compressing the spindle. There is a mod that will actually put, you can cut your own metal clamps, and you'll have a metal clamp, two clamps around it, and then the plastic piece, you'll still reprint it, but it'll look a little, or the print will be different because it'll be able to inset around. It's basically a pretty trimmed piece at that stage, right? What I want to do is our M5 by 10s. I'm going to want to go to at least a 12 because looking through that, you got to go through a 6mm FMJ. This is a 6mm aluminum plate, then have another 4 to 6mm. So this just went through the plate. This is most likely 4mm. So actually, if I have like a 12 is probably going to work. I don't think I have any M5 by 14s in the kit. M5 by 16. Couple M5 by 12. Hopefully get through here. These are M5 by 12 flathead. Wafer head. See if I got some M5 by 12s. 16s look god awful long. Yeah, this is going to be a really cool build. It's definitely, I keep saying it's a fun build. They've all been fun builds, by the way. But yeah, this is really a cool build. Um, to but yeah, this is going to enable me to be able to mill my own replacement parts, either for this machine or for any of my other machines, upgrades for 3D printers, you name it, you know, you've got the option now with a machine like this. That feels like 16 will work. You want to put a little bit of Loctite on the end of these. Loctite all the screws in this plate are all Loctited, so I definitely want to keep up with the Loctite, especially if I'm moving a couple of placements. Because once again, this is a milling machine. It is made to cut aluminum. I believe you can still cut steel on this as well. So you need rigidity, and you need to make sure that you've got everything together, because you're going to have a 2.2 kilowatt spindle on the front of this thing spinning like a mad banshee. And when it does that, it's going to shake this entire machine. So you need to have your stuff ready and Loctited down so that it doesn't shake itself apart. M5 by 10. Okay, this piece on there now. I should be able to loop this back around, bring it down, up. Go. And I think that's good enough. Should be good enough space-wise. This piece is going to come down and actually go into our VFD, which is here. This piece, again, is our D motor and our Y motor. We're going to go ahead and set this up in our cable chain with some ties. Tie that stuff up. It does show a zip tie point up here for strain relief on the. You can see it right there at the top of the end. Oh, you know what? I do have that. That part does look. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and add that in. That'll go in with most likely the M5 by 10s that I just took out of the other spot. Those won't go in. So the roll-ins won't go in behind the FMJ. Not going to loosen this up to lift this up. What I will do is you have some M5 hammerheads. Let's grab a couple of M5 hammerhead nuts. Mount that with hammerheads. It's nothing more than a wire tie down point, so it doesn't have to be cinched down and all that. So it could be an M5 by 10. Yeah, it's been a fun build. It hasn't been too technically challenging at this point. It's just very, very similar to what we do with our 3D printers, right? As far as the way that we've built the machine out so far. It's just a matter of taking our time, possibly a little bit more attention to Loctiting things. All I'm doing is applying a little bit of pressure to keep it in line right up against the edge of the FMJ there. And loop one of these around. There. Zip ties nice and flush. Motor done. Bird expand. Tool setter. We'll worry about the tool setter. We'll have to route the tool setter through all of the cable chains and stuff again. Have to back edge here and mount it up on it. Kind of funny. It shows being all the way on this side. Just about everybody I've seen do it mounts it side. We'll see. We'll mount it wherever we can mount it based on wire length and stuff. But we're gonna have to hold off on doing the long john because, well, I screwed up the actual long john tool itself. Probably run the wire. I mean, I could probably run the wire off. Hold off on that for now. I might do that off stream. Power cable, put the VFD to install our VFD back here. Other piece here is, I think, stuff coming. Go way. I'm not sure if there's a motor. Spindle motor is going to. This should be here. I'm purposely keeping wires like this, kind of keep them nice, well routed, and got a lot of movement to them. What else? Mount up the physical mounting. Wire it. Refer to pictures already a hot cup is top of going here. We've got our mount point up here. Wires down, over, down. Spindle wire with probably got more length here than what we need. Fish that through as needed. All comes down. Motor cable down, goes around and gets routed in one of these two channels, like that, underneath the VFD. Probably do that. Don't want to come in this one because I think we mount the VFD. That's the lower one. So there will be a clip that'll go over here that will cover up these wires. This excess we can leave out the back or shove underneath. This is the left front for our Y end stop. Here's the VFD. So I want to say some people mounted their VFD a little different. Like I know that what's his name? C Builds, I believe, had done a uh, like a tilt up mount or something. I don't know what I want to do. I believe this is the this is the VFD mounting. VFD mounts to the back of this. This kind of looks like it goes directly. It's going to go directly into the back plate. We'll go like that, and then our VFD is going to mount right here. VFD. VFD own box along with the spindle. This is a penny unit, yes. So this is a penny H100 2.2 C2 1B. 2.2 kilowatt spindle, one phase, 110 volts, hertz, outputs three phase, 0 to 117 and a half. So I need to have a 20 amp circuit put out in my garage to support this. I don't have a 20 amp. If I go to run this on any of my break or my I can't run this upstairs here, and I can't run it down the garage right now because it's all 15 amp share. So I've got to swap my stuff out, or not swap my stuff out, but have a 20 amp circuit installed. And when I do that, I want to have two 20 amp circuits added up here and one down in the garage because right about where my Phaetus boards are, right to the left of that bamboo, is where my power panel is right below me in the garage. So it's real easy for them to come up and run and drop two outlets right underneath the wall here with all the printers. And then I'll have them run a separate 20 amp circuit into the garage. Or if I had to, I do have two 20 amp circuits out in my shed right now because of my shape. So I do have options there. What I want to do is I'm going to do some reading because we've got our spindle cable here. And this is the other part of why you want to get this from KB3D. These are all the extra collet sizes that you will get. These are all ER20 collets. There's an 03, a 04, so those are millimeters, an 08, an 8 millimeter collet, a 1/4 inch collet, so that'll take a 1/4 inch bit. We've got a 12 millimeter collet. That one is not marked. Sorry, a 10 millimeter collet, an 1/8 millimeter collet. So 1/4 inch and 1/8 inch end mills and 1/2 inch. So the nice thing is with a 1/2-inch collet, you can get a fly cutter with a 1/2-inch shank and like an 1.5 inch, almost 2-inch, not fly cutter, but a face mill. So you'll be able to face off material real easily. And all of these are extras that you get with the KB3D kit that you don't get with other kits. But kind of what I was getting to is we should still be good. So here's the wire that comes with the G penny. Got that same 4-pin connector, 4-pin keyed connector, and it just doesn't have, it's bare wire at the end. So you'd have to strip that and crimp it and everything, where the wire that we're going to have is already pre-crimped, ferruled, shrink wrapped, the whole. So we've got a spare that we can use. And then this is going to be a cable that you can use. Because one of the things that you can do with this is, one, this is where we're going to wire things up. But your display should be removable. And this would be a cable that you can move your display somewhere else. So like if you had an electronics cabinet, you can put this in the cabinet and you can put your face mount on the outside of the cabinet. So you don't have to keep opening the cabinet to come in here and play with your. So that's pretty neat. We'll work on getting this mounted and then wired up on the next stream. With this up on the bench and with the Rook 2020 build done, I think what we're going to do is keep this on the bench and we will work this on Tuesday. Get it all done. Now remember, the one thing that we haven't done yet is we still haven't put in anything in our ballast area, which is our Z column here. So if we can put lead weight, but if we put lead, ball bearings or something in here, it adds weight, but not necessarily much dampening in and of itself. It's add weight, which will dampen, but it's not a dampening material in it. If we were to pack this with like epoxy granite mix, it would add a lot of damp. Quite honestly, if I was going to do that, I probably should have done that before I put everything. That's why I haven't put the lid on it yet, is because I need to figure out, and I guess at this point I've kind of put myself into the corner where we're just going to put in lead weight. So I'll have to order some more lead weight. But I believe this is where we're going to end the stream at today. Pop back over here. That off. So thank you everybody for coming in. I'm going to work on, because I just realized I'm going to have to put some heat set inserts in the corners here to mount the G penny, and I might go ahead and just get this mounted today after stream, and then we'll work on cabling that up and some other stuff later. I'm going to have to figure out the Long John tool setter. See, I'm pretty sure I have one of those boards around here. If not, I'll have to get another one. And I think it's just a matter of I need to file that that part down a little bit so it makes things easier to put in without yanking out the top of the thing. But yeah, so I got a couple of parts I'm going to reprint, or a part that I need to print, and either look for a part or order a part. But hey, Shrimp Father, thanks for being here. Westery, thanks. Bear Grylls, hey, welcome in. Sorry I didn't see you come in. You come in and just lurk and be quiet. But let me take a quick gander here and see all is on that we can potentially raid out to. No, I did see Jerry 3D pop up. I know that they're streaming. Easy Pinoy, Vile Trucker, Trip Father, Shot doing Anthill. I think that's Can't Wait BattleBot stuff. Foxen's playing a game. Gary 3DHP up. Deck Man. Did Heresy. Heard of Mike Disney. Ugly Moo looks like he's game. What do you guys think? Maybe we jump over to Jerry 3DHP. I don't plan on jumping on there. They'll try and talk me into it, but I won't. I need to do a little bit of cleanup here. I need to do some heat set inserts, and like I said, print apart and do a little bit more research in the next thing. But big but here, because it's going to depend on Miss Dragon and her support. I may either stream later tonight or tomorrow to finish up some of this wiring stuff and get that done, because we've got quite a few things that are coming up. We've got a soft foam dart build we need to do. We've got a few other things. So he's not going to convince me to drop in, not right now. But you may see me pop on later today or maybe tomorrow afternoon, and we may continue just getting the wiring finished. Like I said, I cannot turn this spindle on in this room. I don't have a 20 amp service up, which would mean the only way I can do it with a 20 amp service, take it out to the shed versus in the garage. So there may be options there, but I don't know about live streaming from the shed either. I'll have to see if I've got decent enough connect. Do it tomorrow. Keep you company while you set your desk up better. All right, Liz, we'll see. I go to breakfast in the morning with Mrs. Dragon and Evil Diesel. So we'll check that out. We'll check it out. All right. So take it easy. I'm going to set up the raid to go over to Jerry 3DHP. Jerry, we'll get that raid started. Like Tripod's garage is talking about something out in his backyard. Oh yeah, Tripod's got his new robotic lawnmower. Oh, but thanks everybody for being here. Have a great day, and we will see you later. Like I said, look for a pop-up stream later tonight or tomorrow, because Liz is asking for tomorrow. Just want to try and get the wiring done so we can clear the bench, and we got a couple of new builds to start next week. Maybe a V-core or maybe a soft foam dart slinger. But thanks everybody. I'm going to go ahead and raid. Have a great one. See you later. Bye-bye now.